Give thanks every time. Alright, okay, something new for today. Bringing you massive value, as I would say, coming through with no delay. Something new for you. That's just what I gotta do with the station. Vibe Coding Nation. Regulation. Give thanks every time. Don't worry or stress your mind. Searching, you will find what you need. And then you can proceed. Make more progress. Welcome back to the chat. Everyone, respect every time. Elemental Magic. Hello again. Good to see you too. How do you do? And let's see, today, day 100, I'm going to break from the normal workflow, the tasks I was at, and I'm going to build out a trading bot operating system. I just had this random idea. I thought it'd be something cool to do, something fun for today. Having one of those days myself. Seems like nothing just works. Seems like everywhere I go, try to get something that's not there. Always hitting the yellow and red lights today. Just had a really weird day where like nothing worked out how I wanted it to. But you know, I'm giving thanks every time because I got this. I got this progress. I got something that I enjoy doing. Give thanks. Some people can't even afford food to eat. Some people don't even have a place to sleep. So you know, paid for somebody's groceries today in front of me, couldn't even get their car to work. Giving thanks every time. Could always be worse. So it looks like back at the chat, you continue your study of practical dependent types. I have no idea what you're talking about, honestly. Let me know a little bit more if you don't mind. Otherwise, I could just search and look that up. But I'm not sure what practical dependent types are. And it's good to hear that. It sounds like something technical, but I gotta look it up myself. And I might do that a little bit later once I get Claude cooking and Claude working. I want to try agent mode too. And I think really to get started with that, why not just go into Gemini and see how I can do that, because Claude is going to take a lot longer with the high effort on. So let's see if Gemini can figure this out for me real quick. Alright, so I want to make a trading bot operating system with Claude Code. And essentially, like, I want to have a place to like store different trading bots that have like different you know, trade different things in different ways and test them out. So there will be like a paper trading platform to test them out in real time, and I don't know how I would do it to like back test with paper trading platform so it can back test the strategy. And also want to have trading bots for Polymarket, all in the same system, like an operating system where I can like basically train these trading bots and try them out, and then, you know, if one of them seems like it's worth actually deploying with real money, then I can like use this as like a testing space and like just train a bunch of different bots. And like I figure like the more the better. So the main thing I want to know from you to get started is I want to do this with Claude Code in VS Code in the terminal, and I want to try, I think it's called agent mode. Basically I just hit the left arrow key and it goes to like a different agent mode. So what I understand is it uses work trees and it uses sandboxes, and it can build out like basically use a lot of agents to build out all these features a lot quicker. So from what I understand, I could just go into like Ultra Code and do I start in agent mode and then just do the planning, and it'll automatically know where to like how to delegate this work to the different agents. Help me understand how to do this. Dependent types are the primary way that you can encode specifications into types. This helps because your compiler now knows more and you are better documenting your code. But they are very hard to use well. You have practiced them for 10 years and still am barely a beginner. That sounds like something difficult, and I definitely want to learn more about it because this is something new to me. But just to hear you say you've been doing it for 10 years and you still feel like a beginner, I don't know, that kind of scares me away from trying to like learn that. But I definitely want to do more research, see like what is like so valuable about this, doing this. And you definitely open up my eyes to something new, so give thanks every time. So like all things, this practical dependent types It has low-hanging fruit, like things that would be beneficial even with not much research, it sounds like, not much getting into it, and which is worth learning even if you don't get deep into it. So definitely want to do more. And once Claude is cooking, I'm going to do more research on that, because for some reason every time people bring up something in the chat and it's something new I never heard of, it's usually something that like I need, and I just don't know like how much I need it until I look it up and do research. Common example people give is vector, which is like list, except there's a parameter that tells the length of the list. So it goes more into like vector database then. All right, that's definitely more, because like that's even what one of the things I'm trying to understand better is like different types of like rag and vector and stuff like that. So if we want to zip two lists together and require them to have the same length, we could write this type. Okay. Zip list. Definitely sounded more and more like something I want to understand better. And then we will crash if we get different lengths, or we can write. So this is like you're manually writing this with the code. That's interesting. You can just take different lists and put them together. Now it's impossible for the vectors to be of different lengths because the length n is enforced by the compiler. So I don't understand, why would you, like, what's the big deal with having these lists the same length? I think kind of what you said is if the lists are different lengths, they will crash. So something that sounds like for this to work, the lists have to be the same length. And welcome back to the chat, Jabby D. Good to see you every time. Day 100. I know you've been here since pretty much the start, so progress is being made. Doing something different today. It's going to be interesting. I'm trying out a few new things at the same time. Similarly, concatenation, don't know that one, would have the type vect n, vect m, vect n plus m. So you're combining vector databases. The point is you get a compile error instead of a runtime crash. Thank you. Feeling like it's definitely a milestone. Definitely definitely had a weird day, and it's good to be doing something that's actually like making progress. Dependent types make runtime errors happen at a compile time. Alright, I definitely need to look into this more. I just want to get this build started. But definitely respect, because that's something new, and I feel like that's going to benefit me in a lot of ways, especially I was just planning on learning more about RAG. Alright, so I'm going to do the left arrow. Stepping out of the individual agent's terminal, return to the main agent dashboard. If I try to do a project this massive quickly, I can't just have one AI agent trying to do everything. It will run out of memory and get confused. So I'm going to deploy an army, lead agent. Main Claude terminal session. So you use the Idris 2 programming language. That one's new to me too. Still got a long way to go. As soon as I start to feel like I know what I'm talking about, and I've got like a good foundation built of tech and coding and development, there's always something new comes along, lets me know really like I'm just getting started, like I still have a lot to learn. The easiest introduction to dependent types is to learn a little bit of Haskell, which is similar to Idris, and then switch to Idris. It will be much like Haskell, but you can slowly add a bit of dependent typing. And generative AI can do Idris 2 now. It's actually not too bad. That's good to hear. This is something I can kind of like instruct in the right use case generative AI to do. That's awesome. Let's try this. Run Claude agents. Oh, I was supposed to do this before I even started Claude. Okay. How does it already know what I'm trying to do? Okay, what market? Whoa. I want to trade different markets. I want to do crypto, I want to do stocks, and I also want to do polymarket. I want to have a backtest area. I guess that wouldn't make sense for polymarket. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I should just build out the stocks and crypto stuff first and then add on the polymarket features afterwards. I don't like how I started this. I feel like I started this wrong. I'm gonna start a new terminal and just tell it what I'm trying to do from the start, because I think I should not have listened to Gemini to do it in this order. I don't think this is necessary. Okay. So I'm just gonna start up a new terminal. I'm going to start in ultra mode. For this project, I want to try out the agent view and agent teams features combined with get work trees to build this. I see all I gotta do is hit the left arrow and it goes to that. I've never used it before, so from what I understand, I need to just start it in this regular terminal and tell you that you should be the lead architect. And then it sounds like you delegate different tasks to different agents to build this out. And basically, what I'm doing is just getting your advice on the best way to do this at first. So basically, I'll give you a very quick summary of what I want to build, and then I'll go deeper once I understand the process, and you can grill me and we can do all the research first in ultra mode, in ultra code. So basically what I want to do is build a trading bot operating system. I want the operating system to be able to host all the different trading bots. I want it to be for stocks and crypto to start, and also polymarket. So the stocks and crypto part should have a way to do back testing on the different bots. Like, I want to be able to basically just like have a ton of different trading bots. I don't know how many yet, but I can just like keep building different ones and keep trying different methods. And there should also be like a live paper trading section that I can, you know, after they work and they test out right on the back testing, I can try them on live paper trading for a while, and if they work on live, then I could graduate them to real money. And with the poly market stuff, I'm not exactly sure how this would work, but it can do research, and I would have to, like, you know, understand this a lot better and do more planning. But this is the basics of what I want to build now, and I want to be able to, you know, have this operating system. So if I see more areas in the future, like different types of trading that I'm not covering right now, then I can just easily like add more agents to it. So that's kind of the foundation of what I want to build. Let me know what the process is. Am I doing this correctly, that I plan this out with you and then you use the agent view and agent teams, and I can just click the left arrow and I can like watch them working, but I start planning this with you? Is that correct? Jobby D, good night to you too. Going to bed early today, no doubt. Myself, I'll probably end up going to bed early in the morning because stays light till like 9:30, 10 o'clock where I'm at right now, and just started working. My sleep schedule is super messed up right now, but man, at least I'm making a lot of progress. So, but either way, good to have you stop in on day 100. It's good to see some of the OGs from the start. Oh, my picture covering the thing. There we go. Haven't used Stripe plugin in a while. I don't know why they would be hooking that up on this. Oh, that makes sense. Before I do multiple agent mode, I need to make sure there's a Git repo first. Alright, I'll set that up real quick. If your recommendation is alpaca, I don't know that what the cost is on that. And from what I understand, what's going on? Keeps like repeating. This is weird. I would use alpaca if it's free. I know that there's free ways to do this, so I don't want to be paying for an API. What the fuck? It just keeps... Alright, that's what I'm saying. This is one of these days, like, I don't understand. I've never seen it have this problem before. I think it's gonna do it again. What is the deal with this right now? Super weird. Okay. Okay, it's free. That's what I wanted to know. But it like just was like letting me answer, and now it's going straight back to questions. So I can't answer you when you keep doing that, like asking me this. Alright, if alpaca is free, then let's start with alpaca. Come on. Okay. I need a vacation, man. I'm really, really fed up with things just like... like just everything I've done today. Technology. Every light has been a yellow, red light right when I get to it. Should just let it do what it does and then change it if it doesn't work out how I want it. I'll try to fight it. I'm going against the grain. Just let it build what it builds. I need to change it to auto mode. This is crazy how many questions, but it never gives me a chance to type. If alpaca is free, let's use alpaca. And if you think it's best to start with just one bot, let's do that one bot. And then when I understand how that works, we can start building more. So, I am in the US. And I do not have any paid accounts right now for APIs. So this can all be changed later, but if alpaca is free, let's just start with that. And a few open-ended things that would sharpen the whole plan whenever I'm ready. Capital and risk, rough account size, and risk tolerance. Well, I don't want to take much risk. I'm gonna maybe just give these bots, like, you know, very little amount of money. Like, I will test them with fake money, with paper trading, and if they work, I'm just gonna give them a little bit of money, maybe like $10, and see how it does. And then I'll go from there and give it more money if it's doing good. This is just like, you know, trying something new. So strategy ideas. I think any specific approaches I want to try first. Let's try all the main ones. Let's try one that does trend, mean reversion, ML, and arbitrage. These should all be different bots. Like, from what I understand, I should be able to have like so many different bots, like hundreds of bots, and then I can just like find the ones that work best. So whatever are the best beginner strategies you think to try, let's try them all. And if we have to just build the one bot first, that's fine. And then we can build more on top of it as long as the foundation is built so it can basically like hold like lots of bots. So polymarket goal. I'm not sure yet, just research it. My involvement. Yes, I do want a dashboard UI to monitor bots early, but I can also do it on the CLI and logs. I'm about to paste the URL I got just from setting up that that Git repo for this project, so that you can use GitHub for this. No. Oh man. Oh, I thought I was gonna try out. I just went from yesterday having an awesome wing foiling session to today. Thought I'd try out a better spot, but I couldn't see underneath the water. It was just like all weeds, like walking through nets. Anytime the wind came, it just pushed me right into a new set of weeds. I had never seen anything like that before. And I was like, I didn't even get to like get up on the foil. I was just like, I was angry. But luckily I could like vent because I was out in the middle of the water. Like, there was so much wind, it looked like the perfect day. The whole lake was just filled up with weeds so bad I couldn't even foil without like feeling like I was hauling an anchor. But now I know that spot is no good. Okay, the 5 out of 6 research agents are almost done. That was strange too. Like Polymarket put me on a waiting list and this was probably like 3 months ago, talking about I'm like 1 million on the waiting list, and it would probably take like 6 months to a year. And then I just like randomly checked, and they're like free $50 if you sign up right now. So I think Polymarket still got that deal right now. If you create an account, I think you only have to deposit like $20, and they give you $50 free. So I'm like, there we go. That is my bot testing money for the Polygon market. From what I hear, people are having a lot more success doing trading bots on Polygon than they are with stocks and crypto. I want to look into this all right, next thing. Somebody from the chat was mentioning practical dependent types. And they're saying dependent types are the primary way I can encode specifications into types. This helps because the compiler knows more and I am better documenting the code. But they're very hard to use well. And it sounds like it's something for like database stuff. Can you give me like the foundation kind of like explanation of what this is and what use cases it's most valuable for? That was crazy though, like for how bad of a day I feel like I had. And then I go to the store to get some food. And the person in front of me, like, just basically ran out of money. Their card stopped working. They couldn't even buy food. And I bought their food. And I was like, man, this is like a sign right here, because like when I think I'm having the worst time, it could be way worse. Looks like going with a alpaca. Never tried that one before. Using a vectorized testing engine. But it's getting the flow, like start with back testing and then paper trading in real time, and then just give it a little bit of money, and if it works, then scale up. Poly market. It's offshore market blocks US persons. Well, how come I'm just using it yesterday then? That's weird. I did have to put in KYC though for Poly Market, and I thought that was kind of strange because I guess I'm looking at it like it's a betting platform, but it's not. It's set up as a, if I understand it correctly, it's set up as a options platform, so that would make sense with the KYC. Go with the custom engine if that's what they recommend. I would have to say go. I will take for the engine A, the custom, the alpaca paper keys. Let me know when you need them. It sounds like after the build is done. I will set them up so they're ready when it's done, and create the placeholder in the right .env file for them. So everything looks like good to go, and I will watch. This is new. I've never used the this version of agents before, the agent swarm in this method. So this is going to be interesting, and I'll stop here if I have any questions. So basically, it should be, I should be able to like, oh, it's already working. Okay. So now I'm in the agent, this is called Agent Swarm or Agent. Either way, like, it's building up Git trees, and it's having multiple agents building this out piece by piece at the same time. Okay, so you can click on that. That takes me to this terminal. Oh, it built Hermes agent system for channel. What the? Is this from a different project? It totally is, I feel like. So weird. Yeah, that's like a different project, but this is new like, I don't know. It didn't just go backwards? Yeah, it did. This is so weird. I just switched terminals and it did something really weird. Won't let me go back to agent mode. What is going on right now? Okay. I thought this would be easier. I thought this would be quicker and easier, but it's definitely not what's going on. I've never seen it like just revert back to where I was. I thought I already went through all this. I don't know what's going on. I already decided all of this, and it's not letting me go back to the like terminal I was in that already did all this. Super weird. Okay. What is going on? Yeah, and now it's showing me that, like, what is going on? This is so weird. Okay, I go to the agent mode. It's like you started a new session, but it's going to the same... Yeah, this is the exact same terminal as before, but it's like... What the heck, man? Okay, I need to get rid of these lyrics. I can't think with these lyrics. Okay, what is going on here? Why is it doing this? Like, I already told it this. This is so weird. Oh, man. Oh, wow. I thought this was going to be easy. And this is how vibe coding goes, though. Anytime I try something new I think is going to be easy. This makes no sense. Why is it going back to the same terminal and saying it's two different things? And it's like reverting back to stuff I already did. What the... Alright, so this is back where I'm at. I just don't understand what all this extra stuff is. So, like... It's like having extra agents to run different things that I never asked it to do. And like 2 of them are just sending me right back to the same terminal. This new session is sending me back to the same terminal and asking me questions that I already asked me. Like, I get it, this is a new feature, but like... And like, why did it complete a build Hermes agent system for a channel? Like, I haven't talked to it about Hermes at all on this project. This is a brand new project. I guess all I can do is wait for it to finish building and then ask Claude these questions. Get some insight to why it's doing that. Welcome to the chat, Deep Web. I did change agent orchestration tools. I'm trying out this, what should be a new feature, like agent mode, where it's spinning up multiple agents, and it is very confusing. It's doing extra stuff that I never asked it to do, and it's like showing different tasks that are reverting back to the same terminal. I thought I lost the work I already put in for the research, but it's still here. It just was like super mixed up, like I don't understand. And the whole thing I was trying to do was save time. I was like, this should be easy. I just want to save some time. I want to see what it's like to build something like this, and it's the exact opposite. I mean, who knows, maybe it'll build it quicker, but then like it's doing all these extra things I didn't want it to do. But at least I'm learning something new. This is something else though. I don't understand. What the heck, man? Oh, I bet. Welcome back to the chat, C Films. I'm doing alright. I would have to say I've had a lot better days. And because it's day 100, I wanted to try something easy and that I thought would be fun and create a trading bot operating system to train trading bots. And try out this new multiple agent mode in Claude, and it's definitely not intuitive. It's definitely... Hopefully I learned something from this, because right now I just have a bunch more questions than when I started. I'm going to have to ask Claude. It's wiring up the scaffolding right now. I can show you the like agent mode when it goes into it. So like this is the different view, but it's so weird because it's showing it completed a build Hermes agent system. I never asked it to do that. And it's showing needs input on a new session that like just goes to the exact same terminal as the one I was working in, and it's like it went back in time to when I was still doing the research and it was asking me the basic questions. I don't know what the... Yeah, it's like it's talking about building the same thing. Alright, these are questions that are going to be for Gemini. For some reason, whenever Claude gets weird, Gemini just like knows right away. Now it won't let me go back to get to that other build. Alright, so I started using the agent mode I was talking to you about with Claude Code, and now I have way more questions. It is confusing me. So I'm talking in the normal terminal. I got it running, and then I clicked the left arrow to go to the agent mode, and it's showing me like processes. One process, it says it finished, which I never asked it to do, and this is a brand new project folder and a brand new repo, and it's talking about it set up the Hermes system. I never asked it to do that. I never said anything about Hermes. Maybe it automatically did that and like I didn't ask it to, but it doesn't make sense. And then it's showing like two different processes, the one that I like instructed it to run, and then another one that's like when I click it, it takes me back to the same terminal as the original terminal I started in to like do the planning. But it's like it's asking me the same questions all over again from like when I started. So I'm really confused right now. Do you have any advice as to like what's going on and how I can understand this better? My system isn't haunted. Wasn't thinking that. Agent view dashboard. It can be incredibly jarring the first time you see it. Okay. Puts your current conversation into the background and opens up a global dashboard of all Claude Code sessions running in that project directory. So those other processes must have just been background processes that it was already delegating to that from like a different project. But then why would it maybe it's in the same direct? Like that's so weird. Alright, looks like I'm just gonna have to let it run and see what it does, and hopefully it works right. And if not, then I know. And at least I can ask it some questions to like understand what it's doing when it's done running. Welcome to the chat. Clinton, does the trading bot integrate OHLCV somehow? I do not know what OHLCV is. Maybe I do. Gotta look that up. Someone in the chat just asked if my trading bot integrates OHLCV somehow. Can you tell me what is OHLCV? And also, like, I'm setting up a system that'll have many trading bots. It's like a system to train trading bots. And the way I have it set up right now is first I'll train them on backtesting. If it passes that test, then I'll trade them on live paper trading. And then if it passes that test, then I will deploy them with like a small, maybe like $10 test in real money. And if it passes that, then I'll slowly scale it up. Open high, low, close volume. Okay. What LLM model am I using right now? I am using Claude Opus 4.8. And I am trying out a new mode in Claude that I've never tried before, which is an agent, not agent swarm, agent, show you, I can hit the back button and it should have different agents. See, I thought it was gonna like spin up a whole bunch of different agents to like build like all different parts at the same time, but it's only doing like one agent at a time from what I see. And it has a different, like this new session, this other stuff. I don't understand why it's doing that. And it completed one, but like that doesn't make sense. That one it completed seems like it was for a different project. Trading OS build swarm, 0 of agents done. I can go to workflows and see if I understand this better through there. Okay, so there's the 8 agents building, but this is like what I'm already used to for like having multiple agents build something is on this regular terminal screen, because I'm using ultra mode with this too, and this is like normal for ultra mode, but this extra agent mode, I thought it was going to be like having multiple agents in the background that were doing multiple builds like this, that were spinning up, like each agent in the background was gonna like spin up multiple agents and it was gonna build the whole thing really quick, but maybe it is and I just don't understand it the best. I'm just trying something new. Day 100, so I thought I would break from the original workflow, things I was working on, and try to build this trading bot operating system. And so far, it is really confusing me. But these are the times I learn something new, trying something new, so... Welcome to the chat, Kayla, Kala, Ola. Ola, back to you. Greetings and love and peace every time. So that open, high, low, close volume, that makes more sense now. And looking at those metrics to like basically control the trading bot. And I want to try a bunch of different strategies. I want to try like as many different strategies as I can. And this looks like a good one to try once the system is built that I can just train all these different trading bots. I'll give one of them, if not already, I'll have at least one of them use this method. But I want to try out as many different bots with as many different methods as I can, make it like a numbers game. So Passion Brains is saying, whoa, a trading bot. Also look into this direction. I had been thinking about it for a while, and finally got access to Polymarket. And I had just like a vision of it the other night. Just popped into my head, like build like a trading bot operating system where I can train these trading bots and like just keep cycling through, trying out new ones. And I could probably, even if I understand it correctly, have like a Hermes agent that, you know, helps me train the bots and build new ones. So that's all just going on in the background. And then like if I build the training process right, then it'll only like leave me with bots that passed all the tests, and that I can then try with like a small sum of real money. But it's going to be interesting to see. Part of me is like, I feel like they'll probably lose the money, but I want to try and I want to see for myself, because some people have had success, especially with Polymarket. But I think as this stuff gets better in the future, it will get to a point where it can beat the market consistently. So might as well start up the system for it now. And yes, I am using Ultra Code. Using Ultra Code with the new trading or agent mode, multi-agent mode. So Passion Brains is trading now in order book, looking for automate these trading like high speed bot with micro trades. And AI training is the most important part. Take NVIDIA, for example. I know NVIDIA is doing a lot of training, putting out some good hardware, even like a little bit of software. But it sounds to me like when this actually gets going, it would make way more sense to if I have agents doing this to run this on a local machine, and that's how I'm setting it up from the start. But I think I have more questions than answers right now, and that it'll be until this build is done, and then I can really just like grill Claude on like what was going on, why didn't I understand certain stuff. So this will definitely be hosted locally at first. And how much do the Claude tokens cost for me monthly? The max plan. And I was starting to get close to my limit with Fable 5. But I'm not hitting my max plan limit with my workflows. So that's like $200 a month. What is the main trading strategy that bot is going to follow? So this first bot, I didn't really like go into detail on the strategy. It was very basic, and it was talking about just making the first bot be for Bitcoin, and just to I think do a very basic strategy. But the way I had it build is to set up just like the operating system for it. And then once that operating system is built, then I'm going to give it a bunch of strategies. And it was doing research to like check out a bunch of different strategies. So I'm really not to that part of the build yet where I can get more detail on all the different strategies. And I feel like I'll probably have to run like, you know, at least like 20 different strategies and get feedback, and then I can kind of like see which strategies worked and which strategies didn't work, and maybe like combine certain aspects of different strategies. So if I can get like the strategies broken down into like individual parts, and it can show like what part of the strategy is working and what part is not working, and then I can combine the working parts from different bots. That's kind of how I see it right now. I did have, so you're asking how do I have access to Fable 5? And I don't right now. I did. And looks like it'll probably be coming back soon from what I've been reading. But I definitely got to try it out enough to know that it is more powerful than what I'm using right now, Opus 4.8. Fable 5 will be back tomorrow. That's good to hear. I did not know that it'd be that quick. Only allows usage up to 50% weekly with a model, then you have to swap to a different one. Huh. So they're bringing it back, but you can only use it half as much. So I wonder if at midnight, like what time exactly will it be available? So right now, I'm just going to do this for my own purposes. But if it's something that works and people want it, then why not SaaS it? I think just for right now, this is kind of like a fun side project. And all I'm planning on right now is if it makes money, I would just count it towards the goal. The overall goal of vibe coding to 1 million. So if it loses money, it won't lose that much, and I just won't count it as being negative. But if it makes money, then I definitely would let that apply. But I think this is all going to be just kind of like trial and error. How much better is Fable 5 from my own personal experience? Like how much faster and better? Well, I would have to say I didn't really notice that it was faster, just that it was more powerful. And right away I was doing research on like what things are better for Fable 5, like doing bug hunts and cleanup and security, stuff like that. So that's where I aimed it at. When I was doing just like very simple tasks, I wasn't seeing that much of a difference. It seemed like it was just a little bit better than Opus 4.8. But when it came to the bug hunts, that was where I was like finding stuff that it was never finding before, and it was finding like big things that, you know, I'd done the same security process before, and it had found everything it could find, and then I had Fable 5 run that same process, and it found like 50 new bugs that it wasn't able to find before I was using Fable 5. And it was super quick to fix them, but that's like how it usually is. So I definitely didn't notice that it was faster at all. It was just it was able to find things that I couldn't find without it. And after that, then I have like all different projects, and I plan to do a bunch of like similar tasks throughout all my projects, and then that's when they took it away, right when I figured out how powerful it was and made plans to do a lot with it. Thank you for the like, Passion Brains. And Type Dummy is thinking that Fable 5 will most likely roll out in the morning when they're all in the office. Okay, so that'll probably be like some like 9 a.m. or some. Either way, tomorrow, that's good to know that it'll be back tomorrow. And that'll even be another good test, because I can build out this whole trading bot operating system and then run Fable 5 on it and see if it can like find anything or add anything that wasn't able to be added before. So I think that's going to be a really good like first test. Try Fable 5. Like, I already understand how it's better for like the bugs and the security and the cleanup, but something like this where I can like have it do like another research process and just see what value it can add to a project like this that just Opus 4.8 wasn't able to pick up on. So that'll be definitely a good first use. So once it's done with this, okay, it looks like the first bot is just doing a moving average strategy. So like very simple. Which doesn't, I don't think that would make sense that it's going to be, that sounds more like swing trading. Bot registry. So I gotta get Alpaca API. Looking back at the chat, how do I know if AI is self-aware? If you tell it to say what model it is, will it say for even the more powerful models? I mean, it should. Every time I've like asked it what model it is, a lot of times it just shows the model automatically. How do I know if AI is self-aware? Maybe like overall some things it's not. Like right now, I'm about to find out if it's self-aware of why it's doing certain things I don't understand. Once it's done with this build, and I can ask it some questions. Hopefully it understands and it can like teach me why. Main thing is like, why is it doing this when it could? Like I was already doing this with Ultra Code where it was spinning up these agents to build like this. I thought it was going to have multiple agents in the different Git work trees that I set up. But it's just doing one agent and then two other agents that I don't understand. So yeah, that's a good question for right now. Man, Alpaca is no joke. I gotta set up 2FA and everything. For the country, I couldn't put United States. I had to put United States of America. Hopefully the API key is free. And it's not like one of these. A lot of these financial API key sites were like very misleading that I've used in the past. So this is try a new one. This seems like it's set up more for trading. What? Choose a password to edit. That doesn't make sense. Choose a password. Come on, I already just put in the password. Alright, I'll try this one more time. Otherwise, I'm not going to use 2FA. Add verification code and passwords. It's showing me other account. Like, this doesn't make sense. See if it'll just give me the API without doing that. It's got different APIs for trading, for market data. Why can't it just have one API for the whole site? I guess that's another question. Hopefully Claude knows, because this is weird. Oh, I think I see why. They have different plans. They make it sound like it's free, but then depending on which API you want to use is how they charge you. Pretty much what I thought. I don't know how many times I've had Claude try to tell me that whatever API for finance is free. And then I actually try it out. But either way, hey, it's a new day and I'm learning something new, so building something great too. I'll just have to wait till Claude is done before I can ask it about this API stuff. Or I could try just starting up a new terminal. Alright, you recommended I use Alpaca API for this project, and you said it was free. I'm on Alpaca right now, and they have multiple different APIs, like one for brokers, one for trading. But like when I click on them, it's not giving me access to an API. It seems like it's saying I need to pay. I'm really confused. So is Alpaca the API I need? Is that free? Because that's what you were saying, and that's not what I'm seeing. That's weird. Like whenever it starts agent swarms, it'll say a certain amount of agents, and then when it's like almost done, it just keeps adding agents for a while. The Okay, so it should be on the last step. commission-free trading, but this is all paper trading is 100% free. Well, it should be anyway. Then I click API and it logs me out. Something. Looking back at the chat, you've got an MVP and design orchestration done in your Notebook LM CLI replacement suite. You're probably going to call it Pulp. There you go. Got design and orchestration done in your Notebook LM version. That is awesome. And if you do call it Pulp, sounds good to me, and let me know when it's ready for me to try it out. I'll let you know what I think. It sounds super interesting. Alright, so I got the authenticator hooked up. Let me check on that first. Still working. Why? Come on, Alpaca. Why do I need to give you all this information in my ID? It doesn't make sense. I shouldn't have to do all this. I'm not even going to keep going. I'm going to wait till this is done and be like, there's got to be... Okay. Got to be an easier way. So I'm trying to set up a trading bot operating system with Claude Code, and Claude Code is recommending I use Alpaca for the API. So I'm trying to create an account with Alpaca, and it is asking me for all kinds of personal information, and it seems like it's like a platform for trading. But like, I'm really confused right now. Like, do I really need Alpaca? It sounds like it's way more than I need. So really all I need is like, you know, like historical platform to where I can do back testing, and then a like live paper trading that like, you know, shows the actual live prices of stocks and crypto, so that I can like run it on that. I don't need to actually make trades on this. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of, well, it'll be like fake trades. It'll just be like trading bots like running simulations to see if like certain strategies work. So is Alpaca API really like the best tool for this, or is it like way more than I need? Because I feel like I shouldn't have to give it all this information. I've used a bunch of finance APIs before and never had to give it all this personal information. Help me understand this. What assets will be traded? Crypto or stocks? It'll be crypto and stocks. I want to try different strategies on different cryptos and different strategies on different stocks, and also polymarket. So not just stocks and cryptos, but also, I don't even know what they call it. Like, they try to frame it as derivatives, but it's basically gambling. You can bet on a ton of things on polymarket. From what I understand, the research I've done, people have a lot better success with the polymarket trading bots than they do with the actual stocks and crypto trading bots. This is exactly what I thought. Hitting a massive wall of personal information, Alpaca is an actual legally regulated financial brokerage. Right, I don't want to trade on there. This is like Claude trying to tell me to do way too much, I think. Shouldn't have to do KYC to build up a trading bot. That's crazy. Yeah, it's way more than I need right now. This is what I thought. I don't know why Claude would have recommended this. I feel like it should have done way more research process. This agent mode that I tried out has been making things way more difficult than it could have been if I just tried building this. I almost want to try building it in another terminal with the regular mode and build two different operating systems and see which one turns out better. Alright, so this should be done now, so I can like ask it what is going on maybe. No, it's still working to finish this up. Okay. So Binance provides an excellent and reliable sandbox environment. That's the main one I use for crypto, is the Binance API, and it's got to be Binance US because it's got to be specific on where, what country you're in, and their testnet is highly effective for developers to build. It's super easy. It's the easiest financial API I've ever used and set up in my life, and I've done so many of the different stock ones just to try them out, and they all are super misleading about what they offer. And Binance is like, after trying all these different stock APIs and being like, okay, they really like gate this as well as they can and like try to force you to like buy, like spend with them to like do what you want to do. Then I tried Binance and I'm like, this is everything for free. Like, they're just giving it away compared to all the stock. And crypto is probably a better training ground for trading bots anyway, just because of the fact that it's 24/7. But this is going to be interesting, and I'm thinking I should just start up a brand new session and make two different variations of this one trading operation system and just stick with the best one. And then I can use just Binance, and even Yahoo Finance would probably be super easy compared to this. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up a brand new project and do a trading bot OS2. And not use this mode. Still says 0 of 8 agents. You're right. The bot bought, price rose, and then it was blocked from selling to close the position because the sells national. What? It shouldn't be blocked. Like, it should just have the foundation in it. That's weird. I'm going to see how much usage this ran, and if I still got a decent amount of usage, I'm going to start. Yeah, I do. I'm just going to build a second version at the same time and see which one is better. I think that'll be way easier. Okay. I feel like this needs to be like the new agent mode. Spin up 2 different variations of the project that you wanted to build. Do 2 separate planning processes, and then go with the one that works the best. That should be a mode right there. Alright, trading bot operating system number 2. Why not? I'll just switch back in between each project. I want to build a trading bot operating system. I want it to be for stocks and crypto to start, and also Polymarket. Essentially, I want, the process right now is to have a place where I can, like, basically build as many bots as I want and have the analytics for each bot, and have a testing ground to where it first does back testing. So I get a new bot idea, it tries it on a back testing, finds the best strategy for back testing, then it applies it into real time paper trading, and then if it passes both tests, then I'll try it with a small sum of money in real trading, and if it passes that test, then I'll scale it up. So essentially this would just be for the stocks and crypto portion of it. For Polymarket, maybe it is best to just build that part later. Build the actual, like, training of the bots for Polymarket, but just build, like, a placeholder for it right now. So that way I'm just focusing on, like, one process at a time. So basically, what I want you to do is grill me, ask me a bunch of questions, and we'll do the planning process so you can do a bunch of research on, like, you know, deep research on how to make this the best way. The main thing, I've already tried building this one time, and it's recommending me to use this alpaca, and I think that sounds like way more than I actually need. Like, I should go with just the basic, like, free APIs. I know with crypto, like Binance, I don't even need an API. I can use Binance US, and for even with the paper trading for stocks part, from what I understand, I could easily just get the free one with Yahoo Finance, and then all I have to do is just change it if they change their structure, and I mean that's free, and it gives me the actual, like, you know, I've even done something in the past where I for the paper or back testing, it just used Yahoo Finance to find, like, the charts for, like, you know, in the past, and then just, like, copied it. So I didn't even need the API. But anyways, you have a good idea of what I'm trying to do now. And we're going to build this so it's like, you know, an operating system for trading bots. We're going to build out the stocks and crypto portion first and keep a placeholder for the polymarket trading bot section, and figure that out after the stocks and crypto part. So let me know what questions that you have, and we can get started. Alright, perfect timing. The other one just got done. Talk about all these guardrails with like paper trading. Like, this is super unnecessary. I should have said make the most simplest version you can possibly make to start this, and then I can just like scale it from there. It's like being way too safe for what I need. Real evaluation comes when we run on actual market data. That's what it should be running on anyway. Like, what are you running it on if you're not running on actual market data? Okay, I'm just gonna put in the keys and just see how this works. Why is it still telling me to... Oh yeah, because it wanted all my personal info to get the API key, and that's not going to happen. So I need to not use Alpaca. Alright, so Alpaca has a KYC. It wants all my personal information. It seems like it's for actual like trading. I don't need this. Like, this seems like, help me understand this, why I would need Alpaca. Like, all I need is a simple platform where I can just do back testing and do paper testing. If I was going to actually use this bot with real money, I don't think, like, that sounds like where I would need Alpaca then. Help me understand this. Is this what it is? Is like the testing, I don't really need Alpaca. I could do a way simpler version to do this that doesn't need KYC, but the actual trading part, it sounds like let me know if this is right, that once a bot has graduated to where it can trade real money, that I can use Alpaca on this operating system, and it will, like, I'll be able to put in real money and that will trade. Is that what's going on? All right. Let's see. All right, so this makes way more sense then. Now I'm understanding this better. This is way better. Yeah, keep Alpaca as deferred for later when I actually need it. Alright, that makes way more sense. C Films going through corrections and fixes on the C Films main website pages. There you go. I'm doing something I thought would be super easy. Okay. So now I understand this, and this makes so much more sense, like, to building out the other version. I still want to build 2 though. Oh man. Alright, I should go back to that project. And I'm seeing this too now, like, I'd want these to be tested all the time. So if it's on my local computer, then it only works when the computer's on. So something like a real good trading operating system would need to be in the cloud and need agents. So this is a way bigger build than I thought, but I can at least build the foundation and then like build it out little by little with agents and all that stuff. So that makes a ton of sense. How could I locally run a trading bot unless computer is on all the time, because it needs to be able to make trades whenever the right conditions happen. I did not think of that. So I'm learning quick, and this is an awesome project, just definitely not as simple as I thought it would be. But I can at least do the first part for the backtesting, and I can backtest agents. I can backtest trading agents, and then build on the next part after that to do it live, and make that in the cloud. Backtest, paper, small live, scale live, yes. I gotta do fully automated. Riskiest with real funds, but what is the point? Why would you get a trading bot that you have to manually make the trades in? I can easily change that later too, so. Alright. Trading style should we design for first? Swing, intraday, long-term, scalping, like all of them. But just start. Like, this is the main thing, like, I can just build this out the way it recommends and add stuff on later. Deep web, going through how fancy you want the flashcard section to be. Do you make it liquid glass? I think I've seen the liquid glass style before, but not 100% sure, so I would say make it liquid glass. That sounds interesting. Okay, back to the first build. Alright, we got the research going for the second bot. For the second bot operating system. I really like this idea of building out two operating systems at the same time that are very similar. And I can just try them both. Take the best from each one. End up with one that's really good. Looking back at the chat, C Films has set up a Google Sheet that brings in the current stock price for a list of different stocks. Did I know I can bring in current financial data into a Google Sheet? I did not know that. I'm not used to using Google Sheets. Or is that like the same thing from Google Drive? Like Google's version of a Word document. And I'm basically doing that just through like a website instead of like a sheet. So I'm guessing you have the stock prices brought into your Google Sheet, and then that Google Sheet you hook up. Oh, it's like Excel. Okay. So if you have that brought into like a Google Sheet, then I'm guessing that that information can just go right to your website. Kind of like a middle step instead of just having the stock price put right into your website. And I'm guessing that it's free that way, because a lot of the stock APIs want to charge you for a current stock price. But I'm guessing if you do it through Google Sheet, then you shouldn't have to pay for an API. You can just get that information off the internet for what stocks you want. Basically like scraping the internet, if I'm understanding this correctly. And then you don't have to pay for the API, which stock APIs, I think, doesn't make sense to me why they're charging. Unless it's like, if you're just getting like free data, like of stock prices, that should be free. Like this alpaca thing that I didn't get at first, it charges you if you want to actually trade and use it as an exchange through your project, which that makes sense, but not just to get the prices. I don't know why stocks do that. Crypto APIs, that is the way to go. And I'm almost wondering, like, I should just maybe, why even deal with stocks? Because crypto's 24/7. Crypto can like do way better for trading. I still want to try them both, but something tells me that any kind of system I set up is going to work a lot better with crypto, just because crypto is going to have like 24/7 for back testing and 24/7 for real-time testing. So it's going to be able to get just like way more data in a way shorter amount of time than stocks. And crypto is going to have way better returns. I mean, I guess like it could be if I lose, then it would be like bigger losses, but my intuition is that the crypto results are going to be way better than the stock results. And I'm still going to build out both of them, but I think at the end of the day, that's what I'm going to find. And then the poly market stuff, I think, sounds like that's going to be more like not so much of a testing thing, but more of a research thing. And I don't know, like that sounds like maybe to really be good at it, I'm gonna have to, like, it can't just test everything, or else that would like run up crazy token usage to do research on every single bet on Polymarket. I think what I have to do is like show it all the bets, have it do research on what it thinks it can do the best at, and then pick a few different like sample bets and have it do like deep research on like one single bet basically. But I'll see. I got two different, that's a good part of this, I got two different operating systems that are slightly different that I can test all this stuff on. Okay. Done. The other one's got on 8 of 12 agents. Told it to use Coinbase, but it used Kraken. Alright, so wiring up the dashboard. Gonna run a live paper session that I can see, get a better understanding. I think the main thing is like, once I see the dashboard and how it's set up, then I can have a much better understanding of how to work with this to make it better. But until then, I'm just like going off of how I think they're building it. But I like this now, how it's just focusing on the crypto part first, and it's not trying to build the crypto. I think that's where my main problem was, by trying to tell it to build the crypto part, the stock part, and the Polymarket part at the same time. I think I should have started from the start and just had it build out one of those at a time. Okay, looking back at the chat, you're saying that is not for the C-Films website. You're not using the Google Sheets and the stock prices for the C-Films website. I was thinking that because I think I remember before you were talking about putting stock prices into C-Films website. I'm guessing that's just for your own personal information for what stocks are doing. And maybe not, but I'm just trying to think of use cases to do it that way for me that would make sense. Okay, this makes way more sense now. When I go into that multi-agent mode on the second VS Code window that I just set up, it's showing the processes that are being done across both. So that thing I was like confused on, like why is it doing this task? That was a different task that was like from a different project. So basically with this multi-agent view where I just pushed the left arrow, I could be running multiple different terminal windows or like projects, and each one would show up like universally across all my sessions to give me an idea of like what's going on in the background. And it's only showing the multi-agent swarm. So like I thought that view was something different. Like I thought that was where the agents would be swarmed from or deployed from, but that's not the case. I was already doing that. So basically when I learned about this feature, like a lot of things in AI, it was like hyping it up to make it sound way more powerful than it was. And I was already doing like 80% of what that did. And that was just through the Ultra Code, to where it's like, you know, spinning up multiple agents to do a job. All that multi-agent mode does is it just shows me a view of the different multi-agent swarms that are going on across my different VS Code, and it's nothing new. It's just like more like a viewpoint. So like kind of let down in a way. Like I definitely spent a lot of time understanding it because it was like super weird the way it was originally explained to me. I'm like, it should be doing more than this, right? But no, it's not. That's all it is. And the real power just comes from using Ultra Mode and having it spin up multiple agents through the Ultra Mode through the regular terminal. Unless I'm using it wrong, but that's how it's said to use it. Because like what I originally thought was like that would be like different workspaces in the same project, but it's showing me the workspaces across multiple projects. So really it should be like doing the git tree and like separating the agents so they're not overriding each other automatically with the Ultra Code auto mode multi-agent structure. Looking back at the chat, oh, okay, C Films is setting up a stock analysis. So that would make sense why you have like a Google sheet with all the different stock prices. And what is this for, C Films? Is this like for buying, to help you buy stocks at the right time? Is it for trading? Is it just for like your just own peace of mind to like understand stocks better? Be interesting to see where you're getting at with this. But either way, it sounds interesting to me, so. Alright, this one's done. Site can't be reached. In a separate terminal from the repo root. Oh, I get it. Because it's Python, so I gotta do that. Oh, okay. Here we go. Something to show. So you're a data scientist and you've gotten interested in market timing. That is a very awesome thing to be researching. I definitely would like to know what you like, any kind of like insights that you learn, and I can tell you the same. So I'm about to show the what I got so far with this this dashboard for this project for the first version. And recent fills, it's done the should be running currently, so it's in a current position. This is very difficult. Okay. I gotta make this way more intuitive, easier to read. 6 trades, win rate 50%. That is definitely not good enough. Okay, but at least something is up and working. Alright, I see it, and I've got it open in the dashboard. Or I've got the dashboard open on the localhost browser. And right now, I don't really understand it. Basically, I need to work with it more. I think I should just build it all out first and then get a better understanding of how it works. Because right now, it's only doing one... it's only doing one different, or like one specific bot strategy. And I need to have a ton of different strategies that I can like check different ones. So basically, start with a mean reversion bot. And I want to have it sounds like that, then I can check out different bots side by side. That's like the main thing I want to do. And then I'm not sure what you mean by basket, that it can, if it's trying the same strategy on just different crypto tokens. But you understand what I want to do, and that is try out a bunch of different strategies on a bunch of different cryptos. So this will be just crypto to start, and I'm thinking like once we get the crypto down, then I can just apply that to the stock part. So it's easier just to focus on crypto right now. And once we get all these different strategies wired in, which would sound like the next step, then I can like talk about like trying out different types of strategies. Because the main thing, like I'm looking at this run right now and I have no idea what it's using for a strategy other than the SMA, but I'm not sure about like the details, so probably getting ahead of myself now. Let's just build it out and keep building like the next steps until it's built, and then I'll go from there. This is like so many of these projects, like I start and I think they're going to be easy, but then like it's like I'm seeing way more potential than I originally thought I could do. And I'm seeing like I could make this, like this is very, very technical. What I'm trying to do is a very technical thing, and like I understand it very easily, but it's capable of doing way more than I understand. So I'm like, okay, like I gotta really understand this well. And the way they're setting up in the dashboard is super technical, but I can like change that and make it better. I've made that mistake too many times of like trying to like nitpick on like individual details of the build, when if I just wait for it to build everything out and then see the bigger picture, it makes it much easier to understand it and make it better. So interesting build today, as I would say. So Deep Web is now working on quiz generation. I've done a few quizzes before too. And C Films is saying Gemini is integrated into Google Sheets. Okay. So you can use Gemini. So you can get the stock prices on the Google Sheets, and then you can like use Gemini as the LLM to do the analysis. It sounds like what you're doing. That's pretty interesting. Might need to try that. And like, so you want to time the market, or are you like just seeing like if it's possible? Because that's what it sounds like you're doing. People say like don't try to time the market, but maybe, you know, that's like if you have AI for a brain doing it, then maybe it's possible. And it sounds like that's what you're saying. Like you're a data scientist, you're just doing it for like the data, and you're just trying to see if it's possible to time the market. And hello, Carta Key Septa, respect every time. Hopefully you're doing good. You know, late night vibe code. LNBC. Building out 2. I was originally just gonna build just this one system, like a trading bot operating system, but then it started. I realized quickly it was like more technical than I thought. So I was like, why not just build 2 very similar systems out at the same time and try them both when they're done, and see which one I like better, and then maybe even like end up with like a hybrid of the 2. Which gives me a good idea, like if I could build some kind of feature into Claude Code, or like program it, like whenever I do a big build like this, like, hey, I want to build this, whatever it is, I want you to build 2 different variations of it, and then I can just try them both and let you know what I like about each one, and then like build like the actual main system from like the best of both of the builds. But I think right now I can just do that manually like I'm doing right here. That is the other issue, is like crypto is going to have better feedback quicker, but then for the actual trades, then I have to pay the fees, where stocks is 0 fees. But it's not going to have as quick of like training to verify that it's working right. But either way, it's going to be awesome to have like 2 different versions of this so I can see a lot of what's working better. And this is, I was like, oh man, I'll just like wire this up and I'll build it in like 2 hours and try it out, and then I can just like have it running on the background for like a month to get results. But this is like actual build. This is like a lot is going to go into this to make it work, but I'm seeing like way more potential than I ever realized. And looking back at the chat, where's the location? Chicago. Sometimes I'm in Minneapolis, sometimes Chicago. Pretty much everywhere from the West Coast to Chicago is where I stay. Even, I guess, consider Hawaii. Although summertime Hawaii is not the time I want to be there. So TBOS, Trading Bot Smart System, that is a good way. I think, yes. Chicago, nice right now. Just got super hot yesterday, but I like that. I heard so many people today talking about, oh, it's so hot, can't stand it. And I'm like, I actually like it. Like, I'm saying, if it's cold out, I only like the cold if I'm on a mountain and there's tons of snow and I got my snowboard. Dang, give me the cold all day. Otherwise, I'll take the heat. You got 9 a.m. where you're at. Well, I think it's like going on 1 a.m. right now where I'm at. And trying to get my sleep schedule back to normal, but seems like a losing battle. It's just so much better working at night. Like, no distractions, everyone else is asleep. I get so much more like deep focused work done at night. During the daytime, it's just not the same. But the days are longer, so it's all good. So I can sleep during the day and then still get a lot of good daylight. So you're in Riga, Latvia, EU. I've never been there. Guessing it's summertime there. And I really don't know anything about Latvia. I haven't been to Europe in like over 10 years, but I want to go back. Heard you guys got a heat wave out there. That maybe the news was all like, oh, Europe's having this like awful heat wave. It's 100 degrees, and I'm like I want to go there right now. Then, like, why not? I like the heat. So, let's see. It's like making some updates to the... Yeah, it is. I've got a leaderboard. It's got multiple agents now. Multiple tests running. And it's running on paper too. Oh, I see. So it's working right then. It should only go to paper if it passed the back test. But still, like, this is crazy. So we got like a 78% win rate across 14 trades. But the return is like almost negative 10%. So like, wow. Yeah, this is crazy. Like, some of these strategies seem like they're really good. I mean, and then the best Not the best, but one of the best in the green. It has the lowest percentage of win rate. But it's like in the green for returns. This is super interesting already. Because at the end of the day, it's like the win percentage from trading, like that's a major thing, but that's like doing it manually. If it's automatic and you find a strategy that has a win rate that's like below 50%, but the return is positive, then why not run it? Like even if it this is going to be interesting. Okay. Run detail. So that is the live. And then interesting, right? Oh, weird. Oh, this is okay. I see. It's going back in time and doing the back testing. Oh, okay. And then I can click the different. Oh, I get it now. Okay. So these are the different strategies on the back test part. So this is like going back to where 2024 is where it's starting. Looks like starting at 100K and it's right back up. This one's in profit. I'll definitely need to work with this a lot before I like am confident to have it doing real money, but hey, like this is by far the best looking strategy I've seen. Buy, hold. It's got to be more detailed than this. Zero trade, so how is it? Wow, there's still a lot I gotta learn with this. Okay, let me go back to the build. Mhm. I think what I'm gonna have to do is, like, right now I'm wiring it up for different strategies, and then I can try different strategies, get the best strategies and combine them together. I think it's all going to be about mixing different strategies. But I can tell this is like, I'll build it out and then I gotta really test it for a while before I can, like, know what to do with it. And I've already kind of done this on a smaller scale with some of the apps, the finance apps I built in the past. So I understand how, like, the simple part of it's working, but I need to make it a lot better. I'm gonna ask about Polymarket. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So now I want to understand Polymarket trading bots. This is going to be very different from, like, crypto or stock trading. It's not going to be doing the same type of testing. Polymarket is more like, you know, individual outcomes on individual events. From what I understand, trading bots are very successful on Polymarket compared to stocks and crypto, because they can do deep research based on, like, certain things. But, like, how would this be, like, how would this work? Like, because I would have to run, from what I understand, maybe I don't understand this right, I would have to run research on, like, each individual, like, bet, or, I don't know what the right word would be. For, like, outcome they have. It sounds like I wouldn't want it to just, like, run research on every possible that Polymarket offers, if I'm understanding this correctly. Because that would just be, like, crazy tokens, and it'd be, like, constantly running maybe I don't understand this right. It sounds like I would just more like pick the stuff I want to do. Maybe there's a way that it can like test different categories of bets and see which one it'd be perform the best at with the research. Help me understand what a good strategy is for creating trading bots for Polymarket. Looking back at the chat, C-Film's asking if I understand. Oh, it looks like I missed your last, see, Gemini is integrated into Google Sheets. You're interested in learning market timing to know how to gain more, lose more. I don't understand what you mean by that. Especially, like, why would you want to lose more? You're interested in learning market timing to know how to gain more, lose less. That makes sense. Okay. I'm like, why would you want to lose more? But, yeah, no, that is, that's very interesting. And it sounds like that could be a part of this operating system to do analysis. I think I'm just gonna have to, like, start making this super basic. And then I'll get better over time. Alright, looks like it's asking me next set of questions. Machine learning bot. I don't even understand it 100%, but I'm gonna have to build it and see what it does. So it looks like for Polymarket, the sports book is historically one of the most profitable and reliable bot strategies because the Polymarket odds move slower than the Vegas sport books. So that's just a arbitrage thing then. But I can tell, like, if I really want to take this to, like, the max level, this would definitely need some kind of, like, Hermes agent to be running all the time. and then the price of the gains from would have to like make up the agent's API cost. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. There's a lot of hidden costs that all the videos I've seen have failed to mention. Like, definitely crypto sounds like, you know, you're going to get way more data way quicker. But then if you're doing a trading strategy that depends on buying and selling like quick, like more of a day trading time frame, then the fees are going to be really high. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And it also seems like the way that these markets move, you have to just trust the bot to make the buys and the sells. Unless you're, because otherwise it would have to manually like ask you if it's okay to do it. And it sounds like if you don't catch it within like a few seconds, you could miss out. So definitely understanding this better. I'll be back. Alright, so it sounds like for Polymarket, for this particular strategy, it needs for a bot to be like basically running all the time. Or either to have your computer on like locally and having like a Claude Code hooked up and like constantly running. Help me understand this. Whoa, it froze. Oh, it's still working. Okay. Should I build next? Arbitrage pairs. Yeah, let's do everything. Well, good thing I'm learning about Hermes agents because it sounds like this operating system would not be very effective if I did not have it in the cloud with agents running all the time. And now I'm understanding better how it works. I'm understanding better that, like, it should be able to get better. Should be able to have Hermes agents hooked up to it. And starting to take this a lot more seriously. This kind of seemed like a toy at first. Like, I didn't really take it very seriously that it could actually, like, make money. Because from what I understood of it was, like, a very basic level. And now I'm understanding this at a much higher level. And it's, like, not just a one-time build. Like, I need to build out the multiple steps to it, try it out for a while, make changes. This is like an ongoing thing, but it's definitely a cool side project. And at least I can get the foundation built now. And then go from there. And just do this as a side project. What would you recommend? Using loops or using Hermes agent for better results? Oh, using them together. So you're talking mostly about building, but I want to know about just like running these bots for stocks and crypto and for Polymarket, because I know they work like very fundamentally different based on what they're researching and what they're trying to find angles or edges on. So that being said, what do you think is better, or even a combination, Loops or Hermes Agent, just for like running the bots for the trading operating system? Hermes Agent is the absolute winner, but it needs to be paired with a traditional back-end runner. Hybrid separation of concerns model. So the data streams like the stock prices, the current stock prices, and the Polymarket odds will go into the Python engine. The Hermes agent would supervise, optimize, and refine. And then it would just send the data to a database that it builds over time and get better. So it sounds like I would want to run this like with fake money for a while to train this to get good. Like, I don't think it's going to work just to like test for a day or two on fake money and then think it's okay to switch it over to real money. Sounds like I would need to like train the agents to get better before I really start like giving it access to real money, because that's another thing I misunderstood. I thought like, it could just tell me like, hey, should I make this trade, and send me like a notification or an email or something, and then like I would want to check it and be like, yeah, everything looks good. But that would like, the time it would take just for me to do that would be, the odds would have already changed too much and I would have already missed out on the trade. So I have to totally trust it, which is fine with a little bit of money. And the better I can test it and understand that it's working right, the more I feel comfortable about trusting it with any money. Polymarket moves on real-world news and probability anomalies. This is where Hermes crushes standard code. Hermes can be configured to watch breaking news feeds, because setting up Claude to do that would be just pure API. So it'd have to probably be like Hermes on a local machine. Can learn how different news topics impact market resolutions. So if you had to guess, or maybe you even know, I know people have already been building bots for stocks and crypto trading and for Polymarket. What do you think the current state of AI is going to have better results in, the stocks and crypto trades or Polymarket? Passion Brains coming through with 1 subscriber. Thanks to you. Respect every time. And C-Films using a chat feature in VS Code for the C-Films website development. Chat feature in VS Code. So I think you're just chatting with whatever agent you're using in VS Code. or you're building a chat feature in VS Code. But either way, that sounds cool. Encoding a loop has an endpoint. That's another thing. In Claude, it sounds like its endpoint is you can't do it any more than 3 days, so you just have to like reset up the loop every 3 days. And even then, like some of these tasks for what I'm trying to do, it would just use up all my subscription. So I'm seeing this is really like dependent on setting up agents on a local machine to really have this like be really good, which that doesn't have to be the first step. I could set it up just with running it on Claude and doing tests and understanding it better, and then seeing which angles would work better for the local machine. This would be a good test for first local machine to start. But I can see how now this is like the new direction all my projects are going to be going. Because like I get the like building stuff and having it run and building tools, but now like understanding how to make things better over time with these agents is like, I did not see these use cases, and I'm starting to see them in like all my projects now. And this is going to be interesting to figure out. But I know this is like the way to like get the best results. Looking back at the chat, deep web, the only stuff you're able and will implement now are MD reports, which should only take half an hour to make, and table sheet generations. That sounds like what it would be like without Claude, because Claude can do an MD report in probably like a couple minutes. But that's interesting. But it sounds like with what you have, but at least, I mean, that's a use case. Like, you don't need any of these tools. You can still make progress and learn with just the free AI like Deep Web is doing. And Passion Brains thinks the results will be better in crypto trading bots. Let's see. Polymarket is the clear winner for an AI agent, while the general public focuses on stocks and crypto bots because they are more mainstream. Current data shows that AI agents are absolutely dominating prediction markets. Public leaderboard audits show that a staggering number of most profitable wallets on Polymarket are automated bots. Wow. With frameworks like OpenClaw and Polystrat, never heard of that one, leading the charge. Interesting. It's like someone made a version of OpenClaw or Hermes just for Polymarket. The vast majority of retail stock and crypto AI bots struggle to beat a simple index fund. Why AI struggle to beat stocks in crypto? Oh, I see. I understand better now. Deep Web's talking about a bunch of features you're not going to be able to implement. So you're talking about the your version of Notebook LM. So I get it. Your Notebook LM version will implement the MD reports. Okay. And table sheet generation, but not podcast generation, image gen, and side deck generation. But maybe you could like build it to do that in the future. Passion Brains strategy is volume and price changes approach. Never use any indicator, just one previous and daily highs and lows. You build bot with sharp volume increases and percentage changes. I've definitely built a very simple bot that works mainly off of volume, and like what you're talking about. It sounds like what you're doing is you're looking for breakouts. You're looking for like when the price breaks out of a range and then uses the volume to like validate the breakout. And that is definitely what I've seen a lot of people building. Is that kind of testing and back testing. All moving average and other indicators are industry built, all for retailers, wipeouts. And They are industry built, but I've definitely built my own version before. Like, I've been able to create a skill to make like a specialized indicator, basically. And some of them I've used the industry's library of what would you call it, like different strategies, like moving averages. Not sure the best word for that. Your bot is for high-speed tradings, trade like less than 20 seconds. Oh, okay. So then it sounds like it almost have to be stocks, because if you did that for crypto, you would be paying like crazy trade fees. Like each time you get in and out of a trade, you'd have to pay a fee. So I think that would be very difficult to break even. Or maybe not. Maybe it's still possible. But this is super interesting. Like, I was definitely thinking, like you're thinking, that AI would be better for stocks and crypto trading bots, but it sounds like the data shows, the research shows that polymarket is the way to go. So now that I'm understanding this, I can build out the stock and crypto part of the trading operating system, and then build the polymarket next, if it didn't freeze up again. Yup. Keep waiting. I've never had VS Code stall like this before. Interesting. Do keep waiting one more time because that worked that first time, but no specific starting tickers. Just try some of the main ones, and then proceed straight into M5. Wow. Okay, just reopen. Then it won't know where it's at. Oh, awesome. Picked up right where I left off. There we go. But it's still frozen. So Passion Brains is crypto only, rented a virtual GPU fast machine, and bot analyzes pairs what got daily trading volume no less than 500 million and similar parameters. Where liquidity lives, definitely. That's what I was going to say. That would be even more dangerous to trust a trading bot on really low liquidity crypto in this case. AI has a latency issue before trades executed. Oh, okay, so that slows you down. then you won't always get the right price, especially when it's on a like 20-second basis like that. This is definitely like frozen. I ran it too hard, doing 2 builds at the same time, and it pushed it past its level. Can't even click on it. Alright, I'll just switch to the other build. Good thing I had 2 builds going with the same thing. How much sense does that make? Alright. I was working on this project and it froze, so I got an error message saying to restart. I restarted, it opened back up, but it's still frozen and I can't even like click on it to access the chatbot. So I opened up this new terminal and it's letting me chat with you. So can you click to see what the problem is, where did it gets stuck on the build, and if you need to like continue the build where it left off into this terminal, that's fine. But either way, let me know if you can find the problem. Oh man, I know tomorrow is supposed to be another good day for wing foiling, but I don't know, man. Today I was out there like yelling, like I was so frustrated getting caught in all those weeds. Conditions looked perfect today, and I was like, dude, what is going on? Cannot get out of these weeds. And yeah, I'm seeing like 1 or 2 more good days. C Films did a walk today. I wish I would have done a walk. I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Oh my god. Man, I was like just trying to get past the weeds. And for whatever reason, I was in a bad spot where the wind was just blowing really strong above me. And I finally caught a few like gusts to like try and get out of the weeds, but the weeds got so thick it was just like being caught in a net. And I was frustrated, man. I was really wishing I had just gone for a walk instead. That's that is what I should have done today, is just gone for a walk. See, I'm starting to wonder, now that I'm understanding this better, Polymarket maybe is like really just the way to go. I'll try them both, but this can even be kind of like a test. Like it can compare the results I get on stocks and crypto with Polymarket, and then I can just build out more on whatever's working the best. But I think something tells me I'll be doing a lot more expansion on the Polymarket side. Maybe I should have just built the Polymarket bot. And it sounds like it makes way more sense of having the agents, Hermes agents for Polymarket. Oh yeah, I gotta check into that Polymarket agent. So, use stocks and crypto as a structured math playground. Let the lightweight TypeScript scripts handle the basic technical indicators like moving averages for paper trading. Don't expect the AI brain to find magical secrets here. Okay. So from what I understand, like the cheaper like models should be able to handle the stocks and crypto trading, but Polymarket's probably going to be more of like frontier models. Use Polymarket as the premier testing ground for the Hermes agent. Let Hermes use its LLM reasoning power to analyze headlines. Yup, the reasoning power. Okay. Cross-reference data and hunt for information gaps. By building both into one operating system, I'll see this contrast firsthand. Polymarket is where the true AI alpha is right now. So double down on Polymarket, it looks like. Wait, it's pointing at the same project? No way. That would explain why it frozen if it's working on the same project and this. Dozen stacked processors. Alright, I need to understand something better. You're telling me that the Trading Bot OS and Trading Bot OS 2 are working on the same project, because the way I thought when I set them up was I was trying to build like slight different variations of the same thing, but not have them building the same thing. And I've got them both like building at the same time. So if they're working on the same project, then that would like make sense while it's freezing up, because it's going to be like overriding each other. So help me understand this first. Are these two separate trading operating systems that they're building, or are they both building onto the same trading operating system? What kind of success rates are people getting with stocks and crypto trading operating systems or like bots compared to what you know about with Hermes Agent, Polymarket Success, or even any kind of like automated bot that's using Polymarket? A Hermes agent running a polymarket strategy is significantly more viable than a traditional stock crypto bot. Roughly 90% to 95% of retail day trading bots fail to beat a simple buy and hold index fund over a 12-month period. Traditional financial markets are so intensely crowded by Wall Street institutional algorithms that an AI bot relying strictly on technical indicators or RSI or moving averages faces almost impossible odds over the long run. This makes so much sense. Alright, awesome. It is two separate trading systems. Claude had me worried for a second. They were not overwriting each other's files. Awesome. Using up too much RAM, too many processes at the same time. So I can't just like... This is kind of what I was testing too. And I see this. Like I wanted to try running multiple agents from like multiple projects, or like essentially have multiple agents that had multiple sub-agents running in the same project. And I'm seeing if I'm doing that, it will freeze up. I have to like... There's still a limit unless I have better RAM, which, I mean... This is pretty good for what I have for RAM right now. Okay. Alright, so you don't need to look into TradingBot OS 2. I see where that is, and I've got it open on the other project window. For right now, let me check GitHub. See if this went through. Nope, it didn't. It looks like GitHub, like I already set up the repo for this TradingBot OS. The one I'm working on in this terminal, but it did not push yet. It did not do any commit and push, so it sounds like that's the best thing to do right now. So I'm going to give you the URL for the repo and go ahead and commit and push everything so far for this project. I just got to create a repo for the other one too. Looking back at the chat. Passion Brains started to be profitable when you stopped using the bad indicators. Using only order book real traders, contracts, boiling vision is the key. Not advice, just your experience. No doubt. Thank you for that. That probably saves a lot of time. And I think that's what I noticed too. I was really surprised when I did like a very simple version of this before. I had it set up so there was like different strategies basically. And I did back testing against all the strategies. And then it could, once it knew all the different strategies for different coins for backtesting, basically I could just like program it to find the best combination try combinations of different indicators basically to find the best results for backtesting. And I thought it would be like applying the most indicators would bring back the best results, but it was actually the best results came from using like maybe only like 2-3 max indicators. So it's like counterintuitive. I thought by like having more data and running more tests, it would give me better results, but it was actually the opposite. And you're confirming that, because what you're saying is, in your experience, as soon as you stopped using a bunch of indicators and only used order book and volume, that's when you became profitable. So any advice on pairs trading? Well, I myself, like when I manually trade, and I don't trade that much, I just do mainly like swing trading for crypto. But pairs trading, I tend to try a bunch of different pairs, maybe like 5 to 10 at a time I'll make trades on. And it's just like the overall market in crypto kind of moves the same. And I notice with like each kind of cycle, certain pairs do better than others. But I'm not really seeing how to pick like the right pairs. I think it's just like looking, you gotta, what I do is I look at the overall cycle, and if I feel like it's a good time to long or short, then I just try out a bunch of different pairs. And usually a few will get stopped out right away, and a few will end up doing really good, and most of them will kind of like average out to be about the same. But for being able to pick the right pair for each different kind of like bigger cycle, or even if you broke it down into like a swing trade cycle, like what's been going on in crypto kind of the last few months is it's just been kind of like doing like a lot of range trading. I don't think I can help you much on that other than just like trying different things, because it changes. Like even if I found one pair that was doing better, that would probably change in like a month or two. And that's crypto. Okay, so that push should have gone through. Yep, I'm seeing the project now in GitHub. Awesome. Looking at what's built on this project so far, let me know what else you think we should be building. I've done more research. It sounds like with stocks and crypto especially, some of the more like simple trading strategies end up winning. But from what I've done for research is that stocks and crypto versus Polymarket's way better. But Polymarket, if you want to get good at it, it sounds like it requires something like a Hermes agent and database to be structured correctly. So, like, I still want to try and compare both and do kind of like tests to see which ones are working better. So basically, I want to do like the very simple foundation for stocks and crypto. What seems to be working best for other people is just looking at breakouts and volume in the order book and not using a bunch of different indicators, but I already have that wired in, so that's fine, so I can like see how that works. But then Polymarket is like, sounds like where people are already having more success. So let me know what you think about what needs to be built, considering we're just going to be building out the foundations for this stuff right now, and then I can try it out at a basic foundational level and then just like add features on from there. This has been a process, but if it had just built it right from the start, I wouldn't have had to do so much research to get a better understanding of like how this all works. I definitely should have done more research. Like now, that's how all these projects go. I start building them out and I'm like, you know, it would have been easier if I would have done all that research ahead of time, but I didn't know the right questions to ask. until I started building and until I started hitting these problems. So like I wouldn't even have thought of like the detail of the questions I'm getting into until like I'm building, and building 2 different versions kind of helps, but I won't know, I think, until they're actually both done being built. And that being said, building out these, like when I'm doing just individual tasks across different projects with different VS Code term or windows open, it never froze before. It wasn't until I was doing 2 different multi-agent swarms across 2 different projects that like my RAM couldn't handle it. And now where it's got me stopped on build step 5, it wants me to start on 6, but I don't want to start it because then that could freeze everything up again. So I'll just build out the first one, and then when that's done, I'll have it automatically finish the second one. Then I can test them out and get some data over time and come back and show you guys the results and like build more onto it. Once I get those results, it would make more sense to know what to build onto. See films, man. Sometimes you confuse me for a second. I think you're just joking. That is a good question. How would a ram, animal, or a truck help a computer? Other than transportation? I don't know. I need more RAM. Need to call up the RAM dealership and let them know that everything froze because I didn't have enough RAM to run all these processes. See what the... Alright. I've definitely come across many ram animals too in my life, being in the mountains so long. Those guys are no joke. Those guys are strong, man. The mountain goats seem more dangerous to me though. The rams, they're bigger and stronger than the mountain goats, but they're calm. Like they don't get like scary and like threatened like you would think a moose, right? A moose is giant. Like why would it be scared of a human? But like the moose, like when I've run into moose, like they freak out and they will like just attack for nothing, just because they're like so scary. But like then bears mostly like you see them and they're just like, yeah, whatever. Like they don't even care. They just go back to what they're doing. They seem super chill. Rams like that too, but those mountain goats, they're half the size of a ram, but they'll just like freak out. Anyway, so I don't know how that would help with the computer, but that's like my experience. The apparatus to test cheaply matters more than anyone's strategy. Polymark at the edge is informational about calibration. Okay. I gotta see what that poly market tool was too. Does the RAM need a Hemi? Probably would if it was gonna be running as hard as I'm trying to run it across multiple VS Code terminals and Windows. Especially if I'm running into actual like RAM animals on the road. Because those RAM animals, they will just stand in the middle of the road. And you can drive up and they will not get out of your way. So what happens if there's a ram standing in front of my ram when I'm driving? What happens if I run out of RAM and I try to take my RAM to go buy more RAM and there's a ram blocking the road? Then what? What was that Polymarket bot that you like talked about? It was similar to Hermes Agent, and people are using it for Polymarket. Can you explain that to me a little better? What if a ram was named Pam? Then that would rhyme, and I would be able to be more descriptive when I'm talking to the RAM dealer on the phone about my issue of needing a RAM to go buy more RAM and running into a RAM named Pam. That would be a good phone call to make. And then, am I operating with some daily profit targets and percentage with this bot? No, not yet. I do not have any targets. Right now is all about testing, seeing if this even works and can show profits both in backtesting and live. And then if I can show that this is mainly for stocks and crypto, because Polymarket's not going to really have like backtesting. Maybe it will in a way, but it'll be different. So I think if I can get profit targets, that would be like the main thing, like for like a automated agent for a metric for it to use. But I think I would have to just get a better idea of what's working first. And then I'm guessing the main reason you're asking that is because if I set targets, that would be major, because otherwise it wouldn't know when to sell. So if I set targets, then it would like know, okay, it's time to sell. Otherwise, most of the time, I would just like buy and hold until it comes back to where I bought it and it would stop me out. But maybe there's more to it than that. What if Pam had a ram friend named Cam? That would be a lot of rhyming rams. That would be a good question for a ram dealership. Be like, what do you recommend I name my ram? How about Pam or Cam? What is OpenClaw and Polyclaw? Okay. Oh, Polyclaw is just a skill for... Polystrat is what I was thinking about. Polyclaw is just a skill on OpenClaw. And OpenClaw or Polystrat agent uses LM powered logic. Okay, so is Polystrat only available through OpenClaw? Or the main thing I'm thinking about is like, is Polystrat like a different variation or different version of like a Hermes agent? So what would you recommend for a Polymarket, to use Polystrat or Hermes agent, and give me the main differences between the two? Polystrat is a highly specialized, purpose-built crypto trading agent. So then why are people using it for Polymarket if it's a crypto trading agent? Created by the OLAS network, Valerie. It runs inside an app called Pearl. It doesn't write code or browse the web. It does exactly one thing, trades Polymarket. Oh, okay. Polystrat is already designed for Polymarket. Hermes agent, you'd have to train it to do what Polystrat already does. And wow, Polystrat, you don't even need to get your own VPS. It runs autonomously on decentralized infrastructure, so I'm guessing it's not free then. Maybe, we'll see. Oh, Polystrat is a finished consumer project. I could not implement it into my current operating system that I'm building. I would basically have to use Hermes and program it to get it to where I see Polystrat's going to be not as custom. And then I'm relying on how Polystrat is designed, and I can't really change it. Build a Hermes brain, OpenClaw style pipeline. So Polystrat, is that just free to use? I could just go like try out Polystrat and I wouldn't need to like design my own project for it to run in. I would just like give Polystrat money and it would just start basically trading on Polymarket. And there's not much customization that I can do with how Polystrat works. So that's why the main reason it's better to use Hermes agent, because then I can customize how it's getting better and learning. Exactly. Now I get it. Okay. It's either balanced or risky, and that's all you can like customize. Trades on autopilot. So definitely custom OS with Claude Code and Hermes agent is the way to go. With Polystrat, you have to deposit real money right away to see if it works. With what I'm doing, I can run a bunch of tests with fake money just to make sure it's like working, and that is the way to go for real. This is what I want to do. Have like my own like test operating system for these things to run with fake money until I know that one is like at least somewhat trustworthy, and then give it real money. And I can't do that with Polystrat. So then, do you see any problem with making one centralized trading bot operating system and having both the stocks and crypto and Polymarket on the same operating system? Like, to me, it seems like that should be fine. Looking back at the chat, looks like an AI trading bot is interesting to develop. You did not see any AI bot. I thought you were already experimenting with trading bots. Isn't that how you found the strategy to do what you did? And what if the dealer said to name your RAM Tam? I would have to think about it. I don't know. I think I would say, like, that's a good name. That rhymes with Cam, and it rhymes with the names of my other RAMs. I'd be like, can I have multiple RAMs? And if like, something breaks, can I just, like, buy more RAM and put it in the RAM? Or will it need to have a customized or a proprietary RAM that only works in other RAMs? Could just go on all day with this. And am I using Supabase? Yes, but not for this project yet. But it sounds like it's definitely important that I, especially if I'm going to use a Hermes agent, I'd pretty much have to use Supabase. And it sounds like if I'm not using a Hermes agent with the polymarket strategy, it's not going to be very good. So that'll definitely be a part of it later. Oh, so you did all this testing before the AI came out. I see. That is good to know. But it sounds like you found, before AI came out, the same kind of conclusion that I found with AI. Alright, no problem with what I'm doing right now. That part I understood right. Oh, and that makes more sense, because if I do the stock and crypto and polymarket on the same thing, on the same project, then it can find similarities. Like certain things with polymarket has to do with stocks and crypto, and then if it's already running those tests, then it could find... Okay, that makes sense. So I'm doing it the right way with that. For Polystrat, is that free to use? Or is that something that people pay to use? Sounds like a SaaS app, and if it is, like, basically, could I, you know, build out my own trading operating system like I'm doing now, train it to get good at Polymarket, and then basically just, like, once I have it locked in to where it's doing good, I could just, like, sell that as a SaaS, from what it sounds like. Is that what people are doing? Help me understand this. I gotta get rid of this mosquito, man, before it gets me. I think it heard me. It's landed right in front of me, too. And then it disappeared. It definitely heard me. I guess I should not say that out loud. Polystrat is free, downloadable desktop app. Oh, okay. Runs on the OLAS blockchain network. So running the agent burns OLAS crypto tokens. Oh, okay. I see what they're doing. Okay, so what people are doing, they're not selling, because Polymarket's like on a blockchain, so everyone can see like what accounts are making what bets. So people aren't selling their bots. People are keeping their bots private, and what they're doing is selling access to like a subscription to where they just basically copy trade. Private invite-only dashboards. They invite wealthy investors to connect to their private wallets via API delegation. And the Hermes agent manages their money for them in the background. The creator takes a 20% cut of the profits the bot generates. I'm already thinking about how I can apply this strategy to the Stackivate business. But also this sounds like something separate too. Alright, now I'm seeing it. Like, so everybody learns differently. I definitely learn the best by just building and then asking questions. Like, I understand this way better now. The mosquito came back. I think I got it. Anyway. So looking back at the chat, Passion Brain saying Superbase is not the best solution. I guess do you mean specifically for doing like a stock crypto trading bot or like a Polymarket bot, or do you mean as in database in general? C-Films got some good work done on the C-Films website today. Congratulations. Progress. C-Films always coming through with more progress every day. That's what I like to see. Today, I thought this was going to be so easy. Thought day 100, do something easy that I always wanted to do, that I had this new vision for, and while it didn't go like I thought it went, I'm understanding this a lot better. And it's like way more, there's way more potential here than I first saw. So I thought this was just going to be like a side project that had no really, if it made any money, it would like make money just off the trading. And I saw that as like very, like I'm very skeptical that that would work out. But now I'm seeing that even if I didn't use real money, I could just train this to where it's like in the green and doing well. And then I could basically like sell access to the moves it's making. Instead of like I don't even need to, I mean, that's kind of like selling a trading bot, but like, it's more like I would own the trading bot and I would just let people pay to see the moves it's saying to make, if I'm understanding it correctly. But this is definitely something I'll be building out over time in the background for the other business stuff. Because at the end of the day, like, I want to be building businesses that provide value for people. This is not really providing value other than just like it's fun for like, you know, data purposes to understand this stuff, see how it works. But even if it makes money, like what value is this providing to society? I don't want to make this like my main business. This is just like something fun on the side. Poly Market Foundation is built. It's not showing the localhost site anymore. Whoa, what is this? So it sounds like even if the stocks and crypto bots are not profitable with trading stocks and crypto, they will still provide some kind of edge to trades that can be made or bets that can be placed within Polymarket based on stocks and crypto, based on that data. Do you think this is true? Do you think that even if I'm seeing that the stocks and crypto stuff isn't profitable, I should keep it just because it can provide an extra edge to the Poly market? And also, what other like things do you think I could build out for this operating system trading bot dashboard that would provide value, even if it's just like to give me a bigger edge on Poly market, which sounds like the main place to really like double down on. So Polymarket is notoriously slow to react to real-time financial market movements because its traders are mostly retail humans staring at open browser tabs, which would be why having this data for actual markets would give me that edge for arbitrage trading on Polymarket. . . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . before you start M6, I want you to commit and push. I just created a new repo for this project. I'm going to give you the URL. Whoa, June is over. It is now July. Summer is fly by. Quick. Guess that's because where I'm at, it didn't really feel like summer until a couple days ago. Right. We did pretty good though, doing these two builds. Only used 34% of the current session in the max plan. But now I know, I pushed it to the limit now. I know that I cannot be running multiple agents across multiple terminals at the same time because my RAM... my RAM's engine is not strong enough. So I need to call the RAM dealership. Maybe I could find a way to get RAMs as pets and they could run some kind of like green energy generator. But that's still not gonna make me more RAM. I have to just buy more computers. I think the future of RAM is going to get more and more expensive. Polymarket will host multiple variations of the exact same question, which will make pricing anomalies. So like a bot could pick up on that. What? Polymarket uses a decentralized Oracle network called UMA to resolve disputes on bets. Definitely normal betting, sports betting sites do not have anything like that that I've heard of. When a contract ends, anyone can propose the official result using news links as evidence. But what if, I mean, then that's a whole nother thing, because, like, you have to trust the news is right. So if the agent uses a news link that is not correct, and you lose a bet because of it, and you try to show Polymarket, look, I was reading this news article, Polymarket can just be like, oh, that's not true. Humans often lose fortunes on Polymarket because they don't read the literal fine print. Hermes can cross-reference breaking news against the exact text of the contract rules, notifying you if a market is highly likely to resolve differently than what the emotional public crowd is currently betting on. It's done. Yeah, awesome. Alright, back to this. I agree that we should do number 2, the smarter market selections so the backtests are meaningful. Doing research, I'm seeing that Polymarket definitely has a bigger edge over stock and crypto trading bots, and using Hermes Agent with the Polymarket is where it gets the edge. So it's awesome that you understood that, and that is going to require a database. I already have a Supabase account, so let's use Supabase. Unless you do research and you see something that is better, let me know why. But I would at least like to get this like all set up, just like the basic, so it's like the foundation is working and it can start running tests, and I can start like hooking up the agents to like get better over time. So we'll go from your recommendation with number 2, and I gave you some more like background information that I'm understanding better, if that helps at all. Either way, let me know if you have any advice or questions or anything like that. If not, just start building and we can go from there when you're done. Looking back at the chat, for your stock analysis Google Sheet so far, you have company name, ticker symbols, and current price. That is like the very most basic stuff you would need. Trying to think of anything else. Usually, with that basic information, I think if you wanted to add anything, the next best thing to add would be like time above or below all-time high or all-time low. So that way you can see like, okay, you know, this stock has been, you know, climbing up above its all-time high on like an uptrend for how long. And another stock, you can see it's been like downtrending below the all-time high for like, you know, years. I think that'll give you a lot of insight that you won't get just from looking at the price, and it'll save you from doing a lot of manual checking just to list like the time above or below all-time highs or all-time lows. So that's what I would recommend. And welcome to the chat, Friendly. Respect every time. Good to see you here. Passion Brains is using convex solution. It is reactive, real data flow, used in all projects, built-in reactivity, ACID compliant transactions, integrated backend functions. It's faster. +5 seamless real-time synchronization, optimistic updates. Convex manages the state's transition between the client's optimistic view and the server's authoritative state. More and more. Is this, you're saying, okay, it's something you use in all projects, not just like trading stuff. Gotta read more about this. Somebody from the chat is mentioning using convex solution. Can you give me a summary of the basics of this and let me know the best use cases and also any use cases you would recommend based on what you know about what I'm working on? Looking back at the chat, convex, everything is code form database schemas to queries. From auth to APIs, express every part of your backend in pure TypeScript. Your backend code lives next to your app code, is type checked and auto completed, and is generated by AI with exceptional accuracy. LLMs love convex with convex. Everything is just TypeScript. This means your favorite AI tools are pre-equipped to generate high-quality code. So I think I'm understanding this a lot better, and I'm also talking to Gemini about it too. It's a modern open-source reactive backend platform. TypeScript developers and AI agents. Completely replaces a traditional database setup. So this goes back to where we were talking about Okay, this is why you're telling me this, because this is, you were saying that there's a better solution than Supabase. Convex turns your database queries into pure TypeScript functions, running directly in a reactive cloud sandbox. Supabase, if you want your dashboard to update when a new price comes in, you have to write a custom WebSocket listener to watch for data updates. In Convex, every single data query is automatically real time. There's no SQL. Because models like Claude Code are trained on massive amounts of TypeScript code. Claude Code is incredibly good at writing convex apps without making mistakes. Supabase is database first platform. Heavy relational mapping, complex data analytics, letting you control raw infrastructure. Convex is function first. Database is document store hidden under the hood. It treats your database like a massive global JavaScript object that you manipulate with functions. Convex is designed to store an agent state for using like a Hermes agent. But the main thing, Convex charges by the number of function calls and document reads. So if I was storing massive static historical data, the dumps in Convex can be very expensive and inefficient compared to standard Postgres, which handles massive relational time series tables effortlessly. And there's even a hybrid architecture. Have Supabase do the heavy mathematical lifting, storing the historical stock and crypto price tables for backtesting. Use Convex to build your live operational dashboard and agent state controller. Let Convex handle the real-time live trading feeds, the active paper trading portfolios, and the communication loop between your front-end screen and your Hermes agent. So I can just tell Claude, let's check out Convex for managing the real-time bot statuses and paper trading portfolio state. And it should get it working. You're using RAG voice agents with embedded approach, and convex works reactive without page reload if data changes. Plus it has built cache functionality and no reload. Already reloaded. Sounds like I'm understanding the basics of it. I just need to like start using it. Johnny9 asking, what AI sub am I using? I've got Claude and Codex. And a few other random, I think like HeyGen, 11 Labs. Tried a few different video software programs. A few other random subscriptions. And C-Films just added the 52 high to the stock analysis. There you go. Hopefully that helps. I feel like it will. Let you know what's trending. Let me see. I'm feeling like it is time to call it. It is a good spot where I'm at to I'm going to take a break, and I want you to commit and push anything that hasn't been yet. Take a note of where we are, what we still have to build, so that I can pick up where I left off next time. Maybe I did not get that mosquito. Oh man. They'll be back. This mosquito, man. Gotten too many bites recently. So, all right. I think that's good. Yeah, that's good for now. And day 100. Yes, it is getting late. It is 3 a.m. over here, and been going about 4.5 hours now without any real break. Definitely a good spot to stop in the project. Even though I want to keep working, I know this is a very detailed project and I need to be sharp and fresh. Especially where it's getting to now. It sounds like it built out most of the foundation. And this is going to be, like, I started building this thinking it would just be like a toy, like a side thing for fun. And I didn't really expect much out of it. But now doing research, I'm seeing like there's a lot of potential here. And this is like actually a good business asset. Like I could monetize this in some way. I just need to like get it working well first. And like I was saying, at the end of the day, like the other businesses that I'm building and working on are more valuable to me just in the fact that they're providing more value to society. You know, even though one of them is finance, like I feel like it's going to be building people's skills that they can manage their own finance and they can get better over time. This is like, you know, just kind of like clicking a button and once the like agents are built and they're working correctly, like all I'd be selling is like copy trading basically. But the other one, the human operating system too, that's like, you know, making people's like health better and quality of life better. And trading is just making money, and it's not really like providing any value to society other than like getting people more money. But it's still fun, it's still interesting. I still want to do it. I just want to keep it on the side. So most likely I'm going to be working on this. Just like, you know, getting it set up. The foundation is done. I'll be getting it set up and working on it to making better over time. I'll be going back to doing my main business building stuff on this channel. And, you know, if people request that I, like, you know, during a session show where I'm at with the trading stuff, with this trading operating system, that's cool. And I'll make sure to, like, show it once I'm, like, making it, like, major accomplishments with it. But I think I learned a lot through this. And, like, one of the main reasons I wanted to start it was to try out, like, the multi-agent, let me see, yeah, this new dashboard. But really what I found was like, I thought I'd be able to run like, you know, like multiple bills with multiple agents through here. But what I found was if I try that, my RAM's not going to be good enough for it. So I need better RAM to really do what I was trying to do, which isn't that big of a deal anyway. The value I found by making this like trading bot stuff is going to be like way better than what I could get from just building things a little bit faster. So today is a win from the beginning to the end, the alpha and the omega. Yes, giving back to the community is one of the most rewarding ways to make a real difference. 100%. It's all about abundance. There's enough out here for everybody. We can all like give back. So many people have told me I am stupid and I'm crazy for building live on stream. Like, but you're telling everybody what you're doing. People can just copy you. And I'm like, you don't understand. I'm like, I don't care if people copy me. That's all part of the game. That's all business. Like, if you do something successful in business, people are going to copy you anyway. Like, I'm looking at this as like everybody's not competition, it's collaboration. And I'm trying to show people that you can just like put your idea out there and you can collaborate with people and not have to look at it from a scarcity mindset. Like they're going to steal your idea. It's going to be too competitive. Like it's totally possible to do what I'm doing and succeed. That's all part of the experiment. So give thanks every time. Thanks that you recognize that. Give thanks for, you know, life. Money can't buy life. Life, health, and strength. Those are all the most important things. Give thanks for these things. And, you know, I'm just going to keep on building and keep trying to provide the most value, giving back to the community. It's all about unity, strength, abundance. So, you know, that's it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. And soon I will be back with something new for you. So, respect.